Video dashboard. Let's see. Live. It was actually streaming. It was just being stupid. It's like it's always stupid. In it. Here we go. Okay. No, I want to go to the actual link, you fuck. Okay. This is stupid. For some reason. There. Okay. Now let's try this. And it's still not relaying. Okay, whatever. Be a dick. No, probably because I'm not in the chat. Okay, try this one more time. Please? Yes. Go to the actual chat. Why are you doing this? Open in browser. Here. Okay. Now, post this here. And it... Okay, we're good. That is an overly complicated setup. A very overly complicated setup. But it works, so... I don't really need the actual stream up, I just want the chat up, just in case. Okay. There we go. Huh? Oh, hell no, you did not just change my motherfucking... Why is it saying I'm streaming Metroid Prime? What is going on? Spaghetti is everywhere. Up. I'm not streaming Metroid Prime. I'm streaming Crash Twinsanity. I don't know why you're saying I'm streaming Metroid Prime. Go fuck yourself. I didn't get the long jump there. I can long jump here. Well. Just like.最初はその敬語がない。でも後でその敬語を使う。どうして？わかんない。I can fix this. Hold on. I can fix this. Hold on. Okay, I can't fix it. Let me double check. Yep. Donation. Well, slightly. Not entirely. It's not entirely important. The only thing is, dude. The only thing is that first of all you were writing in Romaji, and second of all, you first of all wrote in Sonkeiko, or you wrote in what they call Hitsukatachi, which is just normal, Heiabdo, and then afterwards you wrote in Sonkeiko, which doesn't make a lot of sense. Basically, you made a complete mismatch. What would have been more appropriate would have been to say, "Ohayou gozaimasu. Watashi wa nani desu." Or you'd write, "Ohayou. Watashi wa nani nani." それだけ. Basically, that's it. So probably in this context, you would probably say "Ohayou gozaimasu" and then use this. Well, I guess it does. I've actually never heard somebody say yada yada. And also, to be fair, Japanese is a completely different language. So, it does make sense that my voice would change a lot. What is that? 日本人じゃないよ。おかしいだろ。知るかボケ。You just agreed with me calling you very strange and a dumbass. And you also agreed with me saying you are not Japanese. Why are we talking about this? Is this, Opinion Pizza Sunday? We don't need random opinions. Okay. Yep, I was about to do the same thing as what Mr. Butt is saying. I would appreciate if you stop. It's getting fairly annoying. I get you want to mess, but time and place for everything. Damn it. Drop my jump there. Try again. But I mean, if you do want to practice Japanese, I don't mind. As long as it's sensical. Hello, Mr. Tut. It almost dropped my damn jump. I felt it. Yeah, I missed it. There we go. Oh, okay. So this is my first multi-stream in a while. Everything is also getting relayed on the YouTube stream as well. Had a little bit of had a couple issues and some stupidities, but oh shit, get out of the way. Surprised it didn't kill me there. There is a slight possibility that that the YouTube quality is better than the Twitch quality, and if you would like for that, if you would like to check that out, you can also check out the YouTube stream. But obviously, for the better chatting experience, I would use Twitch. And you can also just do whatever you feel comfortable with. Ah, shit. Maybe I should check myself before I wreck myself. Damn you. Come on. I hate this. I hate it when I have to do that. And I pressed A too early. Yo, Ramos. Okay, that's not... Oh, there it is. It's now showing up. Please don't drop my input this time. It dropped the input again. Okay, we're not doing that ever again. And I'm not gonna mash the A button there. That's not a very smart idea, I don't think. Oh, okay. Neat. Discord announcements. Yes, I got that set up. Finally. Okay, cool. Oh, I almost forgot to do that. Touch on... I have the record for all levels. I also have the record for no dimension skip. I also have the fastest time for Hundo for standard route. Might be going a little too fast. We'll see. Yep. I went too fast. That's good to know because I was wondering about how the cycles loaded in, since I very rarely mess up that part. I have the record in every category for twins. All levels is probably a category I'm not gonna go back to though. It relies too heavily on Crystal Crazy Skip, which is currently not consistent and most likely never will be. At least not enough for me to want to actually go back to it. But if that were to become consistent enough, like let's say we get it 70%, then I don't have to worry about pulling it off as much, then I'd probably go back to it. Otherwise, likely I don't really want to go back to it. The grind last time was so brutal, I don't want to go back to it. Trying to get the sub 1 when I should have had the sub 1 ages beforehand, and I should have gotten like a 59-20 there, but negative feelings. I don't even remember what my anti-agony was, but I don't think it was good. And as it stands, if you get good enough, you could get it. It requires a lot of work. Yeah, dicey, but it should be fine. Yeah. It can be done. It's not like it can't be done. It can even be done on console for PS2. And it's just you have to be, I think, 20 seconds faster. You don't want to buy a console just for it. You could play on emulator. Emulators allowed. Since I think since summer, spring or summer of this year. It's been allowed for quite some time. Several months. Since well before I left for Japan, so yeah. Yeah, you can run on emulator. That's 2 long jumps missed. Of course, it comes with the thing of, like, you're playing on PS2, so things are a little more difficult. At least some things. But I mean, to be fair, does it really matter? And the answer to that question is not really. Oh, right. Also, I need to change up one split. You've been searching for an emulated Xbox version? Xbox emulator's not allowed. As of yet. As of yet. There's still a possibility that, that will allow it, but not as much testing has gone into it, and etc, etc. Oh, you can try new route if you want. You're not losing that much time. Well, back in 2020, we never had, Cursed Warp. No, Cursed Warp also works with NTSC. It's just, why would you do it in 60 hertz? Ah, fucking son of a bitch. The idea is why would you do it on 60 hertz when you could do it in 50 hertz and it'd be much easier? You're basically making things harder for yourself at that point. But you can do it in 60 if you want, and nobody's gonna stop you. But a lot of people are probably going to say why if you're on emulator. You might as well just get the European version, PS2. Save yourself a lot of trouble. But yeah, if you want to, that's fine. I mean, whatever. Nobody's gonna report you. Just don't directly talk about it. Who cares? Like, I mean, what are they gonna do? You just don't post it in chats and you'll be fine. Just don't post about it in chats and you'll be fine. Like I said, probably better not to post about it. Yeah, I wasn't gonna make that. When you play for a while, you can very easily read chat. You know when to look away. Plus, the chat is only just an eye flick away. So if you can read quickly, it's not that big of a deal. I've also been streaming for 12 years, so, I mean, it's only natural I'm capable of learning how to look away from the screen when I play. If you can't do that after streaming for several years, it'd actually be very surprising. I'm still getting used to, since I was playing on delay, since I was playing on Dolphin earlier, I have to get reused to the, I have to get reused to not having so much delay. But I mean, reading chat while playing is not that difficult. Well, I was playing Metroid Prime earlier. I was doing that on stream too. Finally figured out how to fix that. It's just that it's a little bit more dicey. Whoa. Kimchi. Huh? There we go. Cool. You mean the villagers? They're saying Bubble King G. Ah. Okay. Might have to... Okay, I'm gonna double check. Double check my settings real quick. Ah, yep, there it is. Hang on. Hang on, I have to restart the stream real quick. Okay. Okay, should be back. Oh! There we go. Okay, and also edit splits. Remove. Okay, hang on a second. Cursed warp, save and quit. Add 30 seconds to this. 2. And then take off 30 seconds from this. 104.27.19. Okay. Then just 2. Okay. Let's see here. Sum of best looks fine. Okay. Okay, everything's fixed. Now when I do runs, everything's gonna be fine. Hopefully my audio balancing is okay. There we go.
To the sea, I tell you! Our salvation floats upon the briny blue! We must reach Engine's battleship, and quickly before it sets sail. But how?
Here we go.
Think!
The other day I did slip slide perfectly. Well, not perfectly, but, well. I did slip slide with, I got everything. First try after not practicing it for months. So... Oh, neat. I have to relearn all my lines. Nice. Ah.
Coming through! Ladies? Excuse me?
Thanks for the good luck.
That was real.
Can I just call you DRCS?
Mother?
Oh, you whatever. I shall call you Chad. Nope. That is fine. I mostly did what I wanted to do. You know what? I'll practice up 3. I very rarely practice up 3. I'll practice up 3 and then I'll do runs. Oh no, that's not no one. Okay. We still good? Oh well, I'll pretend like I got that. I wouldn't miss it in a run. Yes, what is up? Thank you for the good luck.
Ah, yes. The old alma mater. As a former student myself, I am well acquainted with the many secrets this institution holds.
Awesome. I had a really bad angle going into it. I decided to try a little too hard with that.
Ah, yes.
I don't play as well when I'm practicing versus when I'm actually doing runs. Probably because I just don't take them very seriously. Yohidomi. I don't need that mask. First warp, first try. Oh yeah, it's pretty easy. Okay, thumb. My thumb wants to turn too much.
The old alma mater. As a former student myself,
I am well acquainted with the many secrets this institution holds.
Turn this a little bit. Push it up a little bit too. There we go. Did you get up to the bat snipe? Because Cursed Warp is nowhere near as difficult as people make it out to be. It's actually fairly easy as long as you follow the inputs.
Things get any worse.
But with that being said, the learning curve is actually what makes it difficult. Because if you haven't fully learned it, then you will mess it up a lot. Once you fully learn it, it's pretty easy actually. It's like with most things in Twins. A lot of times the issue is that you haven't learned the thing yet. And if you keep making mistakes, then you just have not learned it. And you need to go back and try to learn it. I don't think I'm making the cycle. I think I'm missing it. Yep, I missed it. I gotta wait for this just a little bit. Damn it. Oh, you fucker. There we go. Ah, pushed me off. Let's do something very risky. Hehehe. Here we go. Should be fine. Slightly newer strats. No, it was that. There we go. Come on, camera. Never seen that one before? That's because I'm the only person that actually does it that way. Doesn't necessarily mean it's faster, but it is a me exclusive. Ah. Come on, there we go. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. Ah, you motherfucker. Doesn't matter. Okay, let's do runs. Time for runs. Thanks for the good luck. Unlike before, these are actually going to be serious attempts. Ooh. There you go. Why do we jump there? Or, why do I jump there, rather? Minus enough. Oh, cool. Okay, cool. Damn, that was a really good hub one, too. Flops like that are very costly. Several seconds. Okay. That was even worse. I don't know. I never thought about it. I generally do not think about the narrative of this game. Oh, I bounced in the perfect direction. What the hell? Dio. Get the rope jump. A lot of that is just, you need to make sure. Do I remember the first time I played this game? Not really. That was like 20 years ago. Almost. The thing about the jump is pretty much the rock. Since the rock has ice physics, you just want to make sure that you're not holding the stick when you do the jump. Come on, dude. Really? I thought I fixed that. Fucking maybe it is the fucking capture card. Stop. Really?
I'm gonna get ya. Come here.
I'd appreciate it if you would not do that. Especially not while I'm doing runs. It wasn't doing it at all yesterday. And now it's doing it. Oh, well, it wasn't doing it last night. And now it's doing it again. I wouldn't necessarily call it unlucky. I'm just hoping I don't have to buy a new capture card. I've isolated most things on, like, the Tink's end, and I've isolated most things on software end, so I'll just have to reseed it at a different, and then on a different PCIe. And if that doesn't work, then it's probably the capture card's fault. What kind of sucks is that that was a pretty good hubble, or a pretty good jungle bungle that I was having prior to that. I mean, I did do the plop and everything, but it was still quite good. For speedrunning there are. Xbox, well, first of all, Xbox has much faster loading times. Not that they matter, except in this route of 100% and any percent. Some ledges are, some 1 pixel ledges are easier to land on Xbox. Only some. It's not, like, universal. It's only some of them. This one in particular that I'm about to do is, like, a 1 in 7 or 1 in 9 for PS2, whereas it's only about a 1 in 2 for Xbox. There's another one that's a 1 in 3 on Xbox, and it's like a 1 in 50 something for PS2. And the tree ledge that I land on, what the hell? What happened? I hit a ceiling of some kind. That was odd. Okay. The game just this trick just wants to be a bitch today. But yeah, that's basically all the differences. So the run is slightly easier on Xbox. Only slightly. And it's not that big of an advantage. Well, I would say that any percent is markedly easier just because of that one trick. And plus you don't have to pause during Cursed Splash, but you do on disc for Xbox. But we load on hard drive on Xbox, so there's not really, you don't really have to deal with pausing. There's some other minor differences, but the minor differences don't make that much of a... They don't make... It doesn't change much in gameplay. Well, I guess the NTSC version of Xbox lags at the entropy cutscene. But that's really the only thing that affects anything. Fuck it, we going fast. Damn, that was clean.
Well, a power crystal.
Oh, I guess Yomate. I suppose another change is that if you get some things that are done in the run cause you to lose 2 lives on PS2, but you only lose 1 on Xbox. For example, one example is a death that we do after getting the red gem in Iceberg Lab.
Avert your gaze or you'll go crystal crazy.
Oh yeah. It's restream. Restream is pretty handy and it's kind of old, little buggy. Don't care though. It's free, so I mean, shit, I don't want to pay for something like this. For something that should be a basic functionality. It's just so everybody... You let them massively cut your time gaming? Yeah. If you want to, you will find a way to make it work. It's just how it is. There we go. Oh, come on. Stop. Thank you. Well, I didn't have a massive death here, but I did have an annoying death here when I was in my PB. This death in particular actually loses 2 lives on PS2. It only loses 1 on Xbox for some reason. Yeah. You can also get negative lives if you die in the airship in a specific way. It's the skip that we do. There we go. Insanity. A tip to hug bees. This is true. Understandable. You will experience some, it's just that you won't experience a whole lot.
My daughter, niece. We must do something.
You
Think,
wouldn't
Cortex, think.
encounter really game-breaking stuff in normal gameplay. The worst you're really going to run into is slide glitch. Really. No, you fucker. No, 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 no. Well, lost a lot of time, but at least I got the gem. He was just in a very bad spot. Kaka. Well, this is one of the easier levels. Antagony is a tough level, but it's not what I would consider the hardest. The only reason why a lot of people struggle with Antagony is because it's precise, and it's long. And it being at the end of the run basically means that you have to really hunker down. and you have to commit to everything you do when you're in Antagony. But I would not consider it. I wouldn't consider it the hardest. I'm not sure what I would consider the hardest level. Probably Slip Slide. In this run, it's probably Slip Slide. Cool. Jeez, I lose 26 seconds. There we go. Your bearded dragon? You have a bearded dragon? That's sick.
There they are.
Let her go! Take me instead! Ah!
There we go. Yeah, that's because they just didn't have that. What am I doing, dude? That was the first frame long jump. First try, nice. That's one of those things that's, well, you could do it on PS2, but it's better, it's easier on Xbox. There we go. I'm gonna be on decent pace, but also remember, my Antagony was really good at my PB.
Victor and Moritz is strong.
Yeah, see, I got a 752 in my fastest. This is a 751.
The rights.
Hoping for ball glitch. We'll see. Do the ball glitch start? Nah. Regardless, I knew what you were saying. Ooh, that was pretty close to dying. Grab the gem, you fuck. This is gonna be tight. Please don't miss the cycle. I'll be good. There we go. That was really good RNG, holy fuck. I get ball glitch. I got ball glitch somewhere. Really? That sucks. That was pretty bad. My thumb wants to slip off of the thumbstick. No! Oh, come on. Really? Gonna be in the red for a while. If not for the rest of the run. Any chance for redemption? I'm not sure how much leeway I have. Damn it. Land. Land, please. I'm gonna be about plus 10 or plus 20. I could probably still PB. Just depends on how the last boss goes. This is tight. Come on. There we go. What the hell? Wow, I didn't think I was losing this much. Really? Yo, Ayana. Uyana.
Let's get out of here!
Do I really want to continue? Let's see where it takes me. Oh boy. Yeah, no reset. And plus, you never know. Da 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 da. Let's see if there's any streams going on right now, since I got some time. Ooh! Oh, Garish is practicing. Practicing library. Water types only? Pokemon Crystal water types only? Huh. Sounds like a weird a weird challenge. I don't remember Pokemon Crystal having that much, or think Twitch will ever let you make custom stream thumbnails? I have no idea. Would be kind of nice though. I'm assuming eventually they're going to allow us to make our own custom stream thumbnails, but because that does make sense, since you could do that for YouTube. But I really don't know. That's tight. Oof. I don't know. I don't know if I made it. Fuck off! That's so dumb. How am I supposed to be able to do runs if it just decides to... So, for anybody that's unaware, that's not just happening to the feedback. Or that's not just the feed. That is also, that happens on my monitor as well. So, like, I couldn't see. And it was right as I was making a, right as I was about to make a slide jump. So the only thing I could do was just hope. It's not just the capture, it's everything. My monitor, too. So that means I was completely blind. Something's going on. I feel like the PCIe just kind of like, I feel like it just drops power temporarily. I feel like that's what's going on, is that it just drops power temporarily. Either that, or, the capture card's fucked up since I'm using that. What PS2? I'm not on PS2. I'm on Xbox. I should make a PS2 command. Yeah, I actually had this on Xbox. I never had Twinsanity. Well, I got the European version on PS2, but that was for speedruns. But no, it's not. It doesn't have anything to do with the console. It also shouldn't have anything to do with my upscaler, because I just switched the upscaler. The only thing left to rule out is the capture card itself, since that's what I'm using for pass-through. And the capture card is an internal. It's plugged into one of my PCIEs. So, it's one of two things. One is that the capture card's fucked up, which I doubt. Well, one of three things. One is the capture card's fucked up, and the other one is it's in the wrong PCIe. Or, could we even run at 50? If it were ported to Xbox One, yeah. Just ask the dudes at Open Goal to make Open Goal for Twins. That's how you get stonks. Prioritize visuals and give us 30. Don't say that, please. I hate how right you are. Beta's been working. Actually, yeah, he has been working on that. To be fair. You're right. Sonic Heroes backwards compatible for real. Kind of true, but I prefer playing Heroes on my OG Xbox than I do 360. The controller has better dead zones. I better not die. If I die, then it's a GG. They're not gonna update backwards compatible or anything. Trust me on that. Microsoft doesn't care. As soon as they found out that Sony wasn't gonna do that for the PS5, they dropped it, and they dropped it really hard. I'm gonna lose all the time I saved, and that's fine. Were they? Why do I turn the camera up on easy skip? It has nothing to do with the actual camera itself. Well, it has nothing. Okay, so basically what it does is it locks. It makes sure the camera doesn't move. So a lot of people, the way a lot of people do it, which I really disagree with, is they just go for it. But the camera always turns when you're doing the skip. So Crash tends to turn, and it can turn his hitbox and hit the cutscene trigger. So I turn the camera so that way the camera doesn't turn, so I can just hold forward, basically. It makes it a lot easier and a lot more consistent. I mean, people will do it the way they want to do it, but I will... Oh, fucking hell. I know exactly what's coming. I knew that was coming.
Yes, the crystal is mine.
You have to do a weird hand position? We just claw. Why can't you claw? It's not that hard.
You weak-minded fool, avert your gaze or you'll go crystal crazy.
Wait, really? Showing they were fully committed to backwards compatibility for older games? Really? And that's not PR speak? It's probably PR speak. That doesn't sound right. That sounds like, PR fake leaking. Because... what's claw grip? Claw grip for controllers is you essentially take your index finger and you use your index finger for the face button, so ABYX. So that way you have free range on the stick, on the right stick, when you claw. There's also overhand, which your hand is fully over. That's unfathomable? Not really. Turn the camera left, you should not do that. Because what that does is, turning the camera to the left turns Crash's head, which will push him into the cutscene trigger. So if you're failing it more often than not, it's because Crash's head is pushing his hitbox and making him actually hit the cutscene trigger. So maybe it is. Who knows? Like, the thing is that hearing that, I want to believe it. Obviously, I want to believe it, but, like, anything that says we are dedicated to something is usually PR speak. Okay, unless it was, like, her scolding employees and telling people, like, hey, no, we're going to do this. I don't care. Screw you. Then maybe. I don't know. It sounds like something I would love. It sounds like something I would be very happy about. I would be extremely happy if Xbox commits. Well, if you get it consistently, then there's no reason to go for it, right? If you're getting it consistently, why would you change it up? I use a series controller for just about everything. I'm using one right now. Switch Pro controllers are very prone to... Switch Pro controllers are very prone to stick drift. Why was it gonna do any percent strats? Latest revision. Series controller's not bad. I mean, it's basically an Xbox One controller, just slightly better build quality and a better D-pad. No. No. If you're getting it consistently and you very rarely fail it, don't change. If you fail it, like, say maybe 5% of the time, you should change it. But if you're getting it basically like, you know, 99 out of 100 times, don't even bother. Switch layout or PlayStation layout? I prefer the Xbox layout, but with the Switch, when you think about it, it's like, well, the buttons are in a weird position. Yeah, the thing is, and of course I am going to basically say, like, it just cut out there. Uh-oh. Fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you. Come on! I had to do that blind, by the way.
My daughter, niece! We must do something. Think, Cortex, think!
Basically, while things were changing, it decided to just cut. It cut everything and fucked some stuff up. So, I was completely black screen. It's just that I also have specific, I have inputs for the start. I go by inputs rather than, not inputs. So, I go by inputs instead of visuals for the start of that after the load, so I could do that blind. But that doesn't make it any less, like, scary, the fact that I basically just had to guess. An Xbox wireless. Okay. Okay, let's see how much time I'm losing. Yeah, also I loaded the file blind as well. I did all that menuing without being able to see.
Come along!
Feel for... I'm gonna... Yeah, but the timing is, the timing is really the problem because of loading. There we go. First try. There we go. That's how you do it, buddy. There we go. Usually takes about 3 tries. Oh, you bitch.
There they are. Let her go. Take me instead.
This is probably my worst split in the whole run. Why do I always miss that? I almost did not get that long jump. Oh, come on. There you go. Sorry. Depends on how well this goes. How am I? I'm doing better. I'm getting used to being back in the United States. There we go. I'm at least gonna be ahead, but... See, the thing is that my early game was not very good. But basically everything past Bandicoot Pursuit was actually good.
This is where we wrong
So,
the rights.
basically,
Sweep the past under the rug.
so basically, from here on out, up until I think Classroom, I actually have to do really well on every split. Sub 1 hour is probably not possible for humans. Yeah, Aunt Agony's song is a pretty big vibe. Yeah, the thing is that everything that I can lose time on is basically in the beginning. No, but the TAS had a lot of things that basically made it not something that humans can really do. Plus, you also have to remember... Okay, that was stupid. You also have to remember that, just because, like, the movement wasn't as good doesn't mean that it contains as many imperfections as a human. There are certain things humans can't go for. Antagony stuff is one of them. Plus, like, it saved 40 to 50 seconds on Cavern because of a skip that, is most likely not going to be human viable. Like, that, just on its own. There was another thing that it had, and it's also skipping another thing. That was like 10 seconds. Well, it saves 10 seconds over Brower strats. If I remember correctly, the TAS got almost sub 1 Xbox time. Which it can do sub 1 Xbox time, but a TAS is a tool-assisted speedrun for a reason. Humans can't really do everything that a TAS can. Yo. Easy God cycle. I can't go for it, I'm not in the right position. Probably better I don't anyways. Okay. Got ball glitch. That's good. This might be the... So that was Japan for me. Cannot think right now. No! Run's dead. That was really good pace. Overall, Japan was good. I mean, there were a lot of good things and there were a lot of bad things. No, it wasn't your fault. That was just me choking. Because I was on really good pace. That was probably gonna be a best seg by about 5 seconds. No, actually, more than that. I think that would have been a best seg by like 7 seconds or something. It happens. Not always, you can't always, do everything without messing up. Yo, mihala. Damn it. Oh, I've been gone for 3 months. And so, of course, I wasn't... Well, I wasn't able to stream. I mean, I couldn't bring my Xbox overseas with me, but I wasn't able to stream anyways, because, my neighbors were assholes. If I made any tiny noise, they would have been mean. Yo, tropitas. Yes, I could see your comments. I did say hi. What happened to the run? I hit the spiral cutscene. That's, I hit the spiral cutscene and I fell, which usually means a soft lock. Yeah, that's why we don't do that. Cool. Because Cursed Route requires that you you reset the console because the game would crash otherwise. You can't. You have to save and quit because if you go into the credits, the game crashes. But in all levels, the reason why it was on was because we were under the impression that save warping after slipslide was faster, and I found out that it probably isn't faster, or it's so minuscule it doesn't save time. In 100%, which Cursed Route is a completely different route, by the way. Since you use the Cursed Splash, just like in any percent, you have to prevent the crash from happening. And the crash happens if you enter any loading screen, so you have to reset the console. That's why autosave is on. There's a possibility to fix the cursed state from Cursed Splash, but the thing is that nobody... The thing is that nobody has figured out a way to do it in a run setting. And plus, whatever Sloths has said has been pretty inconsistent at best with fixing it, so we don't know. But you wouldn't need it if you didn't need to save and quit. but you have to save and quit sometime before the credits. And you go to the credits, so that way you can have everything unlocked, so you can skip finishing some levels. It's not like all levels. All levels is basically you just clear every level. Completely different. Damn it. Yeah, but that doesn't save time. Now my headset's fucking beeping. Come on. And you basically have to do the soft reset for slip slide. You have to do it. Otherwise, you're losing time. Because you have to wait for the message to appear and disappear. What? Come on. I'm just gonna reset because I need to plug my headset in. It doesn't... Can I explain the difference between a soft lock and a hard lock? Oh yeah, you're friends with Rana. Yeah, I got bad news for you. Okay, so the difference between a soft lock and a hard lock. Also, that is nothing personal. It's just I'm not dealing with that anymore. I apologize, but I don't want to. Okay. So, the difference between a soft lock and a hard lock. A soft lock means that you still can do inputs, but you cannot progress. That's what a soft lock is. A hard lock is generally you can't even do inputs, you're pretty much just stuck. The full-blown crash is a crash. So yeah, I hope that kind of clears everything up. Some soft locks actually require you to reset the game, and some soft locks require you to, some soft locks actually break your saves. But, the majority of the time a soft lock is just you get stuck, and while you can do inputs, you are not able to, continue. Sometimes you're capable of moving around, sometimes you're not. But the majority of the time. Only soft lock. And you had ways to... Yeah. Hard locks are usually fine, and Like, I could give you a good example of a hard lock. What do you call dimension skip when you're... Oh, fall into the void and you are stuck? That is a soft lock. Unless it is you respawn and Cortex doesn't respawn with you, but you're still Crash plus Cortex and you're falling through the floor. That is a hard lock, but it just does not crash emulator. It crashes console though. And there is a setting you can change on the emulator to make sure that it crashes when it's supposed to. Dude, come on. Oh, 4 seconds? No, I'm not taking that. I still see a lot of people talking about dimension skip, and I'm very surprised that people are still doing dimension skip, to be honest. Like, I had somebody yesterday who was saying that they didn't really want to... They wanted to just basically beat beta. And it was like, well, if you don't use dimension skip, you could very easily beat... You can very easily get into 10th place. Though I do believe that you were constantly falling through the floor while respawning. That is a hard lock. But that's it is an emulation glitch. If you turn off, I forget what you need to turn off. It was some kind of a call, and then it'll crash like it's supposed to. That is a fault of emulation, and not a fault of... That's a fault of emulation. Likely to boost compatibility. I believe there has been only one instance of that kind of thing happening on console that at least I can recall, and it happened to me on 360. Which is an emulator. So, dimension skip. Where you jump off of Cortex's head? Oh, how'd you get... Oh, I see. You. I'm guessing you saved the game and then quit. Because that... I think that happens if you save and quit. There. That's warp skip. I know, it's kind of weird because you have cursed warp, cursed splash, and then you have warp skip. I would like... There's a very, very, very small chance that we could actually no longer have warp skip with cursed warp, but... Or cursed splash, but... Probably not happening. Okay. I didn't mean to double press, but... There we go. Okay. Dude, grab the fucking red gem. Holy fuck. Land, please. Thank you. I lost about 10 seconds, so I'm gonna be probably about even. Because something bad happened to my PB. I hate it when the camera does this. That didn't make it in, I don't think. It did. Okay. Yeah, I'm not sure why we have, I'm not sure why we, why our naming conventions suck the way that they do. So one of the TAS tricks was actually like doing brower strats, but earlier than what I'm doing it. Saves probably in the realm of like 20 seconds. The reason why is just because of how cycles work. Then there's Crystal Crazy Skip, which saves like 20 seconds in Hundo. It's 20 or 30. There we go. Of course, everybody has their own definition of what you would what they would consider certain things like glitches and bugs and whatnot. And I'm sure like my definition of hard lock and soft lock may not be 100% correct. But soft locks are pretty universal. The definition of a soft lock is very universal, I'm pretty sure. Asshole. Please don't kill me. Thank you. I was supposed... No, don't fucking do that.
Keep back, you weak-minded fool. Avert your gaze or you'll go crystal crazy.
Yo, Cordy. Oh yeah, no, that strat's never gonna be a thing. How's Japan? You mean how was Japan? I mean, it was an amalgamation of, like, good and bad. Oh, shit. I would say it was more... It was more good than bad, but there was also a lot of bad, too. Yeah, exploits is probably a better way to describe some of the stuff. Yeah, I also really don't like the term glitchless because of the semantics. Because it's like, well, what is a glitch? And a lot of people tend to say, well, stuff that isn't intended by the developers, but you can't know the intentions of the developers. Like, for example, and this was one thing where, like, I kind of got away with changing something in the glitchless category for Rayman 3. They were trying to figure out if damage boosts should be allowed, which a damage boost is basically you use iframes to stand on top of an object that you can use as a platform to do a skip. And they were like, well, that's a glitch. But the thing is that the developers made the things standable, so if you go by the logic of, like, what is intended by the developers, they had to set the flag that way. So that means that regardless of anything, intention of developers should never be taken into account. And it was allowed because it doesn't make sense to call it a glitch. I did a lot of debating for that. And it was a lot less about, like, making my version of glitchless allowed, and more so, like, if you really... Clipping to get the gems isn't a glitch. No, that would absolutely be a glitch. And the reason why is because it has to do with the floating points. It has to do with the floating points. Just because... So, if the floating points were consistent, you would not clip through those. And grab the gems. So, by developer intention, which that's obvious, you're not supposed to be able to do that. That is just caused by an error in the code that basically makes Crash's coordinates not consistent. Or something. His coordinates are not consistent. Oh. I would still consider that not allowed in a glitchless category. But a lot of the arguments are semantic arguments, which is why when we were doing it for Heroes, no major glitches. Well, what's a major glitch? It's an iframes of rules to not take lethal damage for a huge fall. Well, very intended mechanic. Very unintended use of said mechanic. But yeah, the no major glitches is what, at the same time, it's what constitutes a glitch and what is a major glitch. We can't define it by amount of time saved, because then it becomes very arbitrary because it could be something very tiny. It could be something very tiny that just ends up saving 30 seconds or something like that. You can't just do that, but you can't say it's like a minute, because what tricks can you think of save an entire minute, and how do you define that much time save? How can you define it? How can you remember the previous strats and the previous stuff that would save that amount of time? All of that stuff is so arbitrary and difficult that the best thing to do is to make a category where you arbitrarily select it. Almost. Yeah, but that's Narcissorite. Narcissorite has been irrelevant for well over 10 years. Speedrunning has evolved since then. You should never listen to an idiot. Even more so, you should never listen to somebody that's been irrelevant for 10 years. But the idea, which is essentially what Mihala was basically going to say, was exactly what I was actually going to say. If you arbitrarily select the tricks, you can essentially make with the idea of creating something that feels like glitchless. So that way, instead of people saying like, okay, so what is a glitch, what isn't a glitch? You're basically saying, okay, well, we're basically doing it to create the spirit of a specific category, so we don't have to worry about all the semantics. We could choose what is going to be in the run and what's not going to be in the run. And in the case of something like, say, there used to be a really cool run before, a really cool trick that we no longer use. We would like that in the run. We could have that. Arbitrarily selected mechanics, basically. Or it would be in place of, like, say, with all levels has a specific objective in mind, which is complete every level. Which a very similar one would be collect all crystals, but it would be almost the same run. You just wouldn't play through Bandicoot Pursuit. And then you would do some extra stuff on the side too. So you wouldn't skip crystals. So, that is actually what we did with Sonic Heroes, was create, LTS, Limited Text Selection, where basically you could just keep it. Well, yes, it's always good to keep things simple, but, in the case of, well, with twins, we can't really define half of this shit. It's impossible, so there's no motherfucker. What do I do in this situation? I guess I'll do it this way. Can I actually climb this tree? Hold up. That is, come on, give me an Xbox ledge, you fuck. Great. That death basically cost me all the time save I had.
There they are. Let her go. Take me.
I'm gonna reset. In the case of more complex speedruns, like say Sonic Heroes, for example, there's so much tech, there's so many skips that you could basically choose which skips are allowed, and you would have a completely different run that accomplishes two things. One, an easier category that is more beginner friendly, so people can ease into playing the proper categories. And B, something that's more fun and more varied than what people are used to. And when you think about that, all levels for Crash Twinsanity does usually fit that. No wrong warp, which forbids that. Yeah. Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, for Crash Twinsanity, the thing is that we could have an older any percent, which would be no dimension skip. The only problem with no dimension skip is that no dimension skip is very arbitrary. The reason why we even had it in the first place was because the newer dimension skip, which used a different cortex, was far more difficult. Plus we had to do warp skip again. It was a garbage trick, and people preferred doing any percent, the other any percent. The thing is that cursed warp is so much easier than any of those categories that it's like the biggest reason why it's there is just to show Yere's run and how good Yere's run was back in the day, I believe. Which is nice, but I don't believe that it fits the purpose anymore or fulfills the purpose anymore because of the fact that it's ridiculously hard. It's ridiculously hard. The main reason to even have the category has long been gone, and the original pick used for the... Oh yeah. Oh, son of a bitch. Yeah, I'll do that later. I forget who I was supposed to send it to. Or I forgot who I was supposed to send it to. Yeah, so basically when you kind of like, when you kind of put all of those things together, for twins, it just doesn't make sense that we would have no dimension skip, and we should have something different. The only problem is that it would have to satisfy some things. Like a reason for its existence, first of all. Which a lot of the reason would be making a category that would be easier for people to learn. Which we could say all levels kind of fulfills that role, but all levels is a lot closer to 100% than any percent. So we would want to have something that is closer to any percent. Which my idea was old dimension skip, which would be don't do twin split, and you have to do Uka skip. You're still skipping Academy of Evil, which is the one thing that kind of sucks about it. Bring back Fountain Skip? Hell no. That would be great. Yeah. The only problem is, and the reason why people don't want to do it, is because it's still too close to any percent. You're basically doing any percent, but you're also adding Bandicoot Pursuit, and you're adding Ice Climb. You're not doing that much different in comparison to other categories. So it's hard to think what exactly should be done. I would like to have something that would be more beginner-friendly for people to get into Twinsanity. Because you just have any percent, you have all levels, which is long, and it's kind of arduous. It's not something that... It takes a while to learn, and even at the higher levels, it's not very fun. Any percent all levels? What does that even mean? That's just all levels. But it also has to have a goal, too. Otherwise, it's just a meme category. To complete the game and then go... It was not my idea, it was Sloth's idea. He made the route, or at least like a prototype route for it, years ago. Like 2 or 3 years ago. Maybe 4 now. Rico and I worked together to kind of like optimize it and create new pieces for the route based on what we had. Come on. You could say that I popularized it, because while Rico was really the first one to start messing with it, Sloths is the first one that actually did it. He pulled off a run a couple years ago. Rico was the first person to really try to implement it, and then I followed very quickly after. It's just that I got most of the attention. And I'm sure when Rico does his 100% history video, he's not going to give himself enough credit. He did more than what he thinks he did. Not get beaten in order for Hundo. This is actually the second game that I know of. The first game is actually Spyro 2, which they call Early Ripto. It does almost the same thing, but the thing is that Early Ripto for Spyro 2 is a lot different, because once you beat Ripto, you have access to Dragon Shores, and Dragon Shores has Super Flame, and you could just go out of bounds and get Super Flame for the whole game. Which is why Early Ripto saves so much time. The only thing is that you end on getting the last thing rather than the credits. So it was fairly controversial, but at the end of the day, people were like, well, this is faster, so we do it. Deal with it. And that kind of sped up the discussion for Twinsanity. Of like, okay, well, yes, you don't end it on whatever, and it doesn't feel right, but at the same time, it's like, well, it's faster. Deal with it. It is pretty much what happened. And the reason why I have the fastest time for standard route for Hundo is just in case we decide to split the categories, which is most likely not going to happen. And the reason why is because... Oh wait, can you access Dragon Shores from out of bounds? Maybe I'm stupid. Okay, I might be stupid. Anyways, that's beside the point. Even, I could be completely wrong, and I betcha I am. Dio probably knows more than me. That still does not, the thing is that it still changes the route, because, and you don't end on the credits. You end when you get 100%. Yeah, it's still faster. I don't think it saves as much time as Twins does, but I believe it still changes the route a lot. But in sorry. But the thing I would prefer if I wouldn't lose like 6 seconds to that. Ugh. Ow. Okay. Okay, so, what was I saying? The reason why we haven't split Hundo and Standard Route... Hello, Zlick's ass. The reason why we haven't really split, one is that there's no real need to, because, well, what is splitting the category gonna do? The only reason we would split the category is to create more competition, and that, no matter what we do, it doesn't do anything. People come back temporarily, do like one thing, and then they just leave. Like before, and if anybody's motivated to try to take down my Standard Route Hundo PB, once I get a good time, people are going to just back off anyways. There's basically no point. We tried doing that with Emulator, allowing Emulator. I mean, it was also like... It was also timed to allow Emulator anyways, but we tried that, didn't work. The only reason we would split the categories is just basically to incentivize competition, which is not gonna happen. No, I think Emulator should be banned in speedrunning. It depends. Well, fuck off. That was stupid. No, it depends. It depends on the emulator itself. Stop. So, let me put it to you like this. I have criteria with my beliefs on emulator being allowed. And number one is that emulator should not have more benefits than console. Essentially, we don't want to make the consoles obsolete. We just want to add accessibility. That does not necessarily mean that emulator is supposed to be worse than console, but rather it is not supposed to be better. Essentially meaning, like, no significant advantages. Say, for example, you have an emulator that probably saves about 5 seconds in a run that's like... I beat it, I still have more to do. So let's say like it's an hour-and-a-half run and emulator saves 5 seconds. Who cares? Right? If it saves 5 seconds, who cares? Nobody is going to run emulator over console because it saves 5 seconds. People who want to run on console will run on console, and people who want to run on emulator will run on emulator. But in the case of, like, say, if an emulator saves 5 seconds in an optimized category, then it shouldn't be allowed. Because that's an unfair advantage. Or say if emulator is slower than console. For example, PS2 emulator is faster than PS2, but it is slower than Xbox, which is it is slower than Xbox on disk, not just on hard drive, but on disk. So it makes sense that we'd allow emulator for PS2. For Xbox, we don't know, but likely Xbox would probably be maybe slightly faster, possibly like a 1 second to a half a second over what I'm doing here with an SSD for Xbox, depending on lag. We don't know lag. Well, yeah, Xbox is still better, but that doesn't mean anything. The OG Xbox does have an emulator, it's just not allowed. The reason why the categories are not split is because even though there's advantages, it doesn't warrant a split. Because at that point, it's like somebody will just go and take a random world record, basically, and be like, oh, hey, look, I have the record for this category. I'm so much better than XYZ because I didn't use the cheat box. For a category, like say, if there's a split for all levels, Xbox only saves like 15 seconds in an hour-long category. It's not that big of a deal. In any percent, it's a pretty big difference, but the thing is nobody's really running any percent. 100% is the same thing. For Cursed Warp Hundo, Xbox saves well over a minute over PS2. But in standard route, it's only 20 seconds max in an unoptimized category that's over an hour long. So, but also the thing is that you can get an Xbox, and all you need to do is soft mod it, and that's it. It's unless you live in a country where it's very difficult to get an OG Xbox. It's not that inaccessible. You can't please everybody and you can't equalize everything. In a perfect world, what we would do is isolate loading times for Twinsanity rather than anything else. Because the thing is the moment you split the consoles, the worse things are gonna get between, like, who thinks they're better than whom. And somebody's gonna brag about records, and it's gonna be, like, more of a console war, and it's gonna be more of a console war. It's gonna have a lot of things. A lot of problems. Oh, you would just soft mod the OG Xbox itself. But Latin America, for example, getting an OG Xbox is hard. Stop. Stop. Sustain. This person is in Latin America. You can't compare. It's very difficult and expensive to find an OG Xbox in Latin America. But then it's the same thing of, like, you can't please everybody. The best thing to do is to make sure just about everything you're doing is allowed in these on consoles. 2, emulator isn't overly, it doesn't have too many advantages, and that it's accurate. Alright, take it easy. Good night. Yeah, it's cheaper, but that doesn't mean it's cheap. Probably in the next half year. Probably in the next half year or so. What's up? Trying to do runs. Not going super well. Probably in the next half year, OG Xbox emulation's gonna be good enough to where we might allow it. There's a couple of annoying things that we have to take care of, including trying to make sure everybody gets a European Xbox BIOS for their emulator and stuff like that, which is annoying as hell. Because you can only really find American ones. Yeah, you said that. Come on. Come on, land. Damn it, land, fucker. Come on, thanks for the good luck. Kitten that eats uranium, excuse me? Hang on. Run that back. That is a username and a half. I'm gonna need some lore. I need some lore with that one. Is this the true Schrodinger's cat? Oh, it's just that this person redeemed the sacrifice to the fridge. Crash to a hundo waiting room? Probably. I see. Oh. Backstory behind your mascot is that it was... Nice. Understandable. I appreciate your username, that's really funny. Was I saying? I was saying something. Alright, so probably in the next half year or so we'll allow OG Xbox emulation. But some of the logistics are annoying. Damn it. Some of the logistics are annoying to figure out. And then we basically have to figure out how much time does it save over console. May have the uranium kitten? Actually, no. I do lurk in his streams sometimes, but no. Your username is not familiar, and I know I would have taken a note of it, because I usually do that with usernames I like. One run before the end just for the satisfaction. Like to. May not happen. Oh, for that? On emulator? Yeah, I might do that. That's a possibility, I might do it. And then basically compare the loading times. Because I would assume moo. The snake's so raw, it's fucking mooing! I said that a couple times. In the past week or so. Fucking assholes. Okay. I want to, and if it's really not that much of a disparity, which probably isn't, to be fair, maybe you'll get half a second or something. Something that's like, even for any percent is not going to be that much. I'd probably just end up allowing emulator. End up allowing the OG Xbox emulator, probably. I can just see that it would just be so much better for people to just be able to play on the emulator. But there's so much setup to the damn thing. I wouldn't be opposed to allowing Xbox emulator as long as it doesn't have significant advantages over console. I wouldn't mind if it's better. I would switch over, probably. As long as it's not a significant advantage and basically forcing people to change. Which the reason why I would say that about Xbox is because it would happen anyways. Instead of the game lagging more on PS3 causes an unfair advantage. Probably not. Because I considered that, and other people probably considered that for PS2 emulator as well. Because super slides usually do not give you much of an advantage anyways. And whatever advantage that you get is probably not going to be enough to make a difference between a first and a second place. Just logistically speaking, that would probably not do anything unless you were very capable of controlling it. So, the NTSC-J version of PS2 is... you can actually do, you can buffer super slides. You can actually control them. The only thing is what benefit do you get from it? Because you have to pause and you have to unpause. And a lot of the times, whatever advantage you're gaining from it doesn't matter. Damn. Oh yeah, you got zombie. So that is the general thing that happens when you get zombie. It's just that we do it in places where you regain movement. Usually you soft lock. Oh, that might even be why. Is that if you're playing on PS3 with the NTSC-J version, that's probably why you're getting so many super slides. But it's not controllable, so you really can't gain that big of an advantage. Oh yeah, it's a bot that reposts stuff. It's called Restream, or well, the site itself is called Restream. It's free, as long as you only do 2 things, and like, I mean, I don't see why you would do anything other than YouTube and Twitch. Does it do it the other way around? It does, yeah. Yeah, if you... bitch! If you go to my Discord stream announcements, which by the way, I have all that stuff set up now. You can go into my Discord and oh, the Nightbot isn't showing up in on YouTube. Cool. There we go. So yeah, if you want to if you're curious to see how it works on the other side, you could check the announcements, and the announcements will give you the link to the YouTube stream, and you can use that to see how it works. But yeah, it works the other way around too. I would still recommend everybody that's on Twitch stay on Twitch, but if you're curious, you could do that. Plus, you can also join my Discord, and you'll get stream notifications whenever I set them up and all that good stuff. Also, interact with me in case, I don't know, you want to like send me a funny meme or something. YouTube is better anyways. I disagree, Sloths, but... well, quality-wise, YouTube's better, but chat-wise, I would still stick with Twitch. Twitch has a lot more... yeah, see? Exactly. Dio, you tell him. Rare DOW. Damn it. I gotta wait a little bit longer. Damn it! That's like 5 seconds of time lost. Yeah, that also happens, but that's a different thing. That's not zombie, that's just you basically going through a kill plane and you have no way to die. You're stuck. Don't look at me like that, Dio. But yes, most likely the quality would be better on YouTube than Twitch. But chatting is better. Because I think on Twitch the best resolution is like 960p. But on YouTube you could go higher than that. But I don't think you can actually stream higher than 1080p. For streams, you can upload higher, but I don't think you can stream higher than that. But I tried doing like recording and I tried doing recording and stuff in higher resolutions, and it seems like my graphics card can't handle that. So I'm not doing it. I would like to, though. I think recording in 4K would be cool. Even though, the thing is that as cool as recording in 4K would be, I don't have any 4K monitors, so I wouldn't be able to see it in 4K. Only 1080p. But, you know, it'd be there for people that have the setups. Besides, I didn't really get the 4K for 4K. I got it because it makes Twins look better. It makes this in this particular thing where Twins is in 576i look better than on the 5X, which is something so specific that it doesn't matter, because even though there's probably a difference between it and most NTSC outputs, I don't think it matters. Dude, really? Yes, yes, we actually use that for runs. Yes, what's up? Yep. Oh. Hang on a second. Hang on. I just received a YouTube comment that asks me, "Am I okay now?" From my 100% PB, where I was really sick, and that was 7 months ago. I don't even know if I want to respond to that. That's actually kind of funny. That's actually kind of funny. Like, are you okay now? I was like 7 months ago. I mean, I was really sick, to be fair. But actually, I think it took until May for me to actually like get fully better. Nah, I'm not gonna straight up lie. But it is kind of funny that like somebody asked me if I were fine now after 7 months. Maybe the person didn't check the upload date. I got the hundo record, I think, just before Christmas. And I'd been sick for a month at that point. I was sick for a whole month. I also got fired from my job as a result, but I mean, I couldn't go in. I'm sick. Damn it. But I mean, at that point, I kind of just steeled myself to just surviving off of student loans and financial aid until I graduate. No point in having a job mess up my. No point in having a job mess up my my grades if I can survive off of it. Initially, I was like, I'm probably gonna need help with streaming. I was a receptionist, but I couldn't talk. You can't be a receptionist to do customer service without being able to talk. But back then, I wasn't sure how I could survive without having a job, and I kind of figured out a means to make it work. So, like, obviously, it's like, don't send me money if you don't have the money. If you want to give me money, sure, it's fine, appreciate it, but it is not a necessity, blah blah blah, whatever. Before, I was desperate because I didn't know what to do. Now, it's fine. Like, everything is fine. I have means to survive. At least until I graduate. Once I graduate, then it's basically like, I'm gonna have to be pretty quick. But, well, that's future me's problem. And don't get me wrong, I was good at it. I was actually quite good at doing customer service, despite the fact that I'm not super professional. I know at least how to be polite, and I know how to soften my voice. So I was pretty good at my job for what it's worth. It's just that I had to drop my hours because... Okay, I did that blind. Cool. I just had to drop my hours because I was getting sick too often. And, I didn't want to work full-time during the summer. And so I was basically just working 2 days a week because my boss allowed me to do so. And then once winter break came around, I got really sick, and I wasn't able to talk, so I couldn't come into work. I was actually to the point of like not being able to get out of bed. Boss was like, "Oh yeah, go find somewhere else, fuck you." To be fair, and I'm gonna be completely fair, I really should not have taken that job because it was $13 an hour, and I had to drive an hour and a half just to go there. And one of the first things I did, which I got it on my birthday, by the way, my first day was on my birthday. Basically, once summer break started, my boss, since it was a nail salon, my boss was basically like, "Oh yeah, so I'm going on vacation with my family for 6 weeks. My sister is your second in command. You're in charge. Good luck." My sister doesn't speak English very well, by the way. Is basically what happened. So I was running a fucking nail salon and doing customer service when I had no experience in either of those things for 6 weeks. I was working 6 days a week, and it was fucking brutal. Never want to do it again. Nah, the only reason why I took it was because I used to be friends with this person, no longer friends with this person, but this person's mom needed a receptionist at a family nail salon, and I needed a job that had flexible hours, a flexible schedule, so that way I could work enough to survive while going to school. And it wasn't very smart or sustainable to work a job where it was Monday through Friday only. And that Monday through Friday required a lot of labor. And I have several conditions that make general labor and physical labor difficult. Like fibromyalgia and dyspraxia. Not saying that you should feel sorry for me. No. That's just basically why I decided to choose a nail salon, basically. And, well, it gave me money, at least. It was less money, but it gave me money and more options while I was working, or while I was going to school. But yeah, I got fired because I was sick for too long. I would have gotten fired from any job. Well, I'll tell you what kind of sucked was for 2 semesters when I was in class, which were language classes, we were supposed to say like, oh, what did we do over the break? What did we do over winter break? What did we do over summer break? It was, I worked. But you didn't do anything else? No, I didn't have time. I just worked. Oh, okay, next. And then for the winter break, it was like, oh, what did you do for winter break? I didn't do anything. I was sick for the entirety of it. Oh. You didn't try to go out or anything? No. I couldn't get out of bed for a month. Well, I could get out of bed for a month, but... Though, since I studied abroad this summer, when I go in and it's like, oh, what did you do over summer break? I basically have to breathe in because it's a lot. I did a lot of things.
Power crystal.
Sure, I was poor, but I had a lot more fun and I was a lot happier doing what I was doing. Fuck off. So yeah, there's some lore for you. So if anybody watches my 100% PB, that is the reason why I could barely talk, was because I was really sick. Honestly, I shouldn't have been streaming, but I didn't care. Streamed anyways. Got the 104. Now, the reason why I was aiming specifically for a 104 was because the very first recorded any percent time in Crash Twinsanity was a 104.39, and I knew I could beat that time, so I decided that I wanted to try to beat it. So I did. Even though I was sick as fuck, didn't care. Plus I wasn't working, so what else was I supposed to do? I don't regret 2024. Don't regret 2023. Honestly, I feel like getting sick when you're not working is probably for the better if you're living in the United States, because just vacate, and you're not allowed to get sick. You could get fired for getting sick too much, and that's not cool and that's not fair, because you can't control when you get sick, but the machine must be oiled. This is kind of why I sort of wish I could make my own income, be my own boss, but then again, a lot of those like self-employment jobs require you to work 7 days a week, and while you get to be your own boss and you get your own sick days, Sick days basically means that you're getting fucked somehow, so you have to do something. It's a trade-off that sucks. And then you can say, oh, why don't you do streaming? Would be nice, but at the same time, it's like, well... And this is something a lot of people... Yeah, you gotta enjoy what you do. And then there's also the thing of streaming. The thing with streaming is that it's so volatile. If you don't play the game, and I hate playing the game. That's why I'm, like, fairly different from a lot of streamers. I don't like playing the game. I just kind of like to boot up a stream and just do it. And some people can do that. I don't like playing the game. I don't like doing the business aspect. I don't care about any of it. I just like streaming. Oh, shit. Thanks for the super chat. Mellow. But yeah, it's like having supplemental income is fine, but streaming is so volatile because you just never know when it's just gonna end. Some people will not, unless you have a very loyal fan base and you need to build that over a long time. You get sick, like let's just say for instance, I get sick for a whole month. My income could drop to 0. Let's say I'm making $200. Like I'm super lucky. I have 100 subs. I'm making $250 a month. I get sick for a whole month, can't stream. Nobody wants to sub because why would you sub? Oh no, I'm not sick right now. I'm just saying, like, way ages ago. But it's like, let's just say the same thing happens. I lose income for that whole month. And it's like, and you can't blame anybody for it. It's not like who's to blame. It's like when you think about that, that's like that's the reality of being a full-time streamer is what if people just stop giving you money? Which can happen. And it might not even be for any reason. It's just people get bored. Somebody's bored. They don't want to support you anymore. And they're like, okay, well, I have this streamer. I like this streamer better. So they do that. And it's like, it's not because, hey, but because you suck. It's just, people just sometimes just do that. And it's, if you want to be a full-time streamer, you have to think about that. Algorithm, exactly. And if you don't play the game, then the algorithm's going to be against you. And then you also have to put in a lot more hours. You have to do all this other stuff, which, I mean, shit, if I basically could live off of streaming and speedrunning Crash Twinsanity every day, I'd probably get bored after 2 years, but by that point I could do something else. But at the same time, it's like, at that point, you're basically locked in that grind set. You can't do anything else as well. And it's like, well, unless I could find time for both, but it would take a long time to get to that point. So it's like, the idea is, yes, streaming would be nice. As a part-time, like, you know, you get a little bit. Maybe you get some income, maybe you don't. But if you just do what you're happy doing, it's fine. And then have a main source of income. A lot of that stuff is stuff people don't think about. And there's also the other thing too, which I always come into conflict with, of like, if I'm really trying to stream specifically for money, at what point does it change from being a hobby that I like to do and become a job? How many viewers do I need? How many followers do I need? How much money do I have to earn before it changes from something I love to do as a hobby to becoming a job. And there are some people that genuinely really enjoy it even as a job, but if you're doing it as a job, you can't do it like a hobby anymore. It just doesn't work that way. You get 100, 200, 300 people in your streams, and you're the kind of person who wants to be friends with everybody. You can't. It's impossible. So all that stuff, when does it change? It's not something everybody can do. Then you also need luck. And I'm not a very lucky person. But yeah, probably if I were given the choice, I would prefer to work as an interpreter over being a full-time streamer. And then I could just stream when I want. Do whatever I want. Not get forced to stream the same thing every day. There will be a time when I stop running Twinsanity permanently. There will be a time. I don't know when that's gonna be, but it's gonna happen. I can't just stick to the same game forever. I'm not saying that that time is that's anytime soon. I'm just saying facts are facts. When I fully optimize it, nah, it's fully optimized is probably not gonna happen when I stop. Enjoy what you do, you'll never have to work a day in your life. It's true, but maybe not. Ooh, bet. What category? Yeah, work fucking sucks. There's few people who could do that. What I need to do is find me a lady who will pay everything for me. There we go. Alright, then I could stream whenever I want, clean the house, cook the dinner, and basically do nothing on a paycheck. And just live. Study the languages I want to do. Go to the places I want to go to. And then work as a freelance interpreter on the side. Oh, that would be so great. I'd love that. That's never gonna happen. Never in a million years. Hence my split background. Also your new phone background, damn. Understandable. Nah, nobody gets it. Very few people actually get out of the work circle. I'm not planning on it, and I'm not going to ever. I'm not ever gonna prey on somebody just for that. Would be funny if it happened, but yeah, no, that's not gonna happen. You just gotta keep living, and that's not a bad sign. That's not a bad thing. At the very least, when I graduate, I'm gonna have a degree. Well, I studied things that I absolutely wanted to study. When I graduate from college, I will have studied what I wanted to study, not stuff just for a paycheck. studied Spanish, Japanese, I'm starting French, and I'm not sure how far I'm gonna take French. I just want to get it enough to where I can study on my own. So I could basically say when I graduate, I definitely studied what I wanted to study and nothing else. This is a very slow jungle bungle. That should have made it in. Maybe. Yep. But sometimes I could be incredibly lucky. This is usually not. It's very little in between. Okay, that was sick. Ooh, okay. Alright, hold up. Please don't hit me. Thank you. No, damn it. I had to adjust myself on my chair. That sucks. Oh well. It's not that big of a time loss. It's probably, I'm probably gonna be like -4 or something. Shit. What's my favorite level? Don't know. Probably boiler. Okay, this is hurting my ass. I'm gonna try to drag this. I'm gonna try to drag the chair forward. Come on. Okay, much better. When it comes to runs, my favorite level is most likely boiler. Okay. Some PG, you're not PG. So one of my friends last week showed me this VTuber. That, like, you know, she has a She has a cute voice, and she's saying "Break Stuff" by Limp Bizkit, and can actually fucking scream and growl. You're a dad? Understandable. She could do screams and growls, and I was just like, okay, neat. And then I listened to the actual, like, the death metal screams. I'm like, what the fuck? Insane. And it was a fairly healthy one too. Like it wasn't something that a lot of amateurs do or self-taught people do, where they use their actual vocal cords and not their false folds along with their diaphragm. No, she was doing the full-blown false folds, diaphragmic support, death growls. I was like, what the fuck? Damn. F. Ugh. You know, the thing is, though, is that I'm not really into VTubers much anymore. I had my fad. Or, I had my phase. Highlights are still funny to watch. Yep, being an adult. Where you have to hide the fact that adults are really just kids, but old. Kid doesn't really leave you. It's just a facade. I think I made it in. Yeah, I did. Well, this might be a hole in one. Oh, no. It's close. Yeah, the older you get, the more people kind of just do not consider shit like that appropriate. Or at least the older you look, the less appropriate those kinds of things are. Like if you're a young kid, nobody's gonna bat an eye, but if, say, like you look 40, maybe you are 40, or maybe you're just Gen Z, because people in Gen Z look way older than way older than they're supposed to. The older you look, more it matters. Okay. I at least set it up correctly. That's not really that big of a deal. Because I can at least time it. I just need to be able to see. There we go. This is not very fast. I'm gonna lose a lot of time. And I don't have, no, I have a...
Well.
Yeah, I have an extra mask, so I should be okay. Okay. Fuck you. Yeah.
Yes, the crystal is mine. Keep back, you weak-minded fool. Avert your gaze or you'll go crystal crazy.
They're not in the PS2 version. I might be back to even. Might be back to even once I might be back to even after this split. Since I have a decent amount of time to save. Okay, maybe I won't be even, but there we go. Okay. I've always felt like the Xbox version has better lighting. A lot of people disagree with me. I just feel like the Xbox version, or Xbox in general, just has more natural lighting than the PS2 and GameCube have. No, damn it. Oh. Well, there goes all that time save. Ugh. I'm gonna do any percent strats. Doesn't save a lot of time. It saves like maybe a second max. Oh, come on. Fuck you. Try to save time and then you just say nah. Yeah, that death is very costly. I'm not gonna be even after. Well, I might be. See, the problem is that my first and third splits are just so poor. Noob? No, 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 don't do this. Don't fucking do this. Dude? Dude, dude, come on. Well, the run's dead, but... Is an 80% run? What? I mean, first of all, that's not funny. Second of all, what? Why? Dude, what the hell's going on? You tried to do it, but you can't get past the iceberg lab part in the bat. You get the checkpoint activated before crossing. Okay. I would recommend not making those kinds of jokes. Because first of all, it is very rude. I could actually do it right now, so I don't think I'm gonna do limits. You say so? No, I can do it. Yeah, so consider that your warning. You were nice the last time, but I am going to give you a warning. Okay, so let's see here. I could do a makeshift tutorial for that. Well, see, not everybody can read that. That's the thing. Not necessarily that you offended me per se, but rather it was inappropriate, essentially. And please be more considerate to others. Okay. So, let me get to, you know what? I could just load. I'm being stupid. Let me load, and you are right. I should have moderators for YouTube. I do have a moderator in chat for Twitch, but not for YouTube. As of right now. I think it's somebody. Oh no, Dio's flexing again. Rare DOW. Okay. So, I don't know if you're still here. I don't really want to do any more hundo runs for tonight. So if your issue, let me reread this real quick. Okay, try to do, you can't get past the iceberg left part. You get the checkpoint activated before going to the bat. So the biggest thing is you want to try to kind of like land here, and you need to kind of shift up left as soon as you land. There's so many different ways to do it, but that's like extremely important. It's a very small window where you can dodge it. Of course I got it that time, but damn it. It's not what I'm trying to do. I wish I had like a proper I wish I had an input display so you could kind of see my inputs as I do everything, because it would be a lot easier to just show what I'm doing as I do it that way, because I could say until the end of time, though I would say you should be using D-pad to run forward. So, I mean, you just kind of go here, and then you turn crash to the right. Then line up his heel with that, then hold forward on the D-pad, and before you land, you hold up left. Works every time. Of course, the thing is that, of course, here's the thing, and I'm going to say this, and I don't mean to make you look and make you feel bad or anything like that. The thing is I am extremely practiced with this. I even missed it that time. Oops. So I guess it doesn't work every time. That's the first time I have failed that in probably like somewhere in the realm of 150 attempts. The thing is I'm very practiced with this, and also that is my own method I developed. So, it is a very, very tight window. And a lot of it just has to do with where Crash is facing as soon as he gets there. So, but if you can, as long as you, find a method that works for you, and, like, it's difficult to learn, it's very difficult to learn. Once you know how to do it, though, you can pull it off almost every time. It returned you to the cave. So that probably happened. So that happened because you were still in the loading zone. You were still in the loading zone. You were in the same loading zone as the cave, basically. There's a small little sliver, and I will point it out in a second, that you need to go past as soon as the bat snipes the checkpoint. Let me get there real quick. It's hard to see, but you'll notice that there's a color change. Crash's color changes. Okay, so you see how Crash, yeah, you see how Crash's color changes? So you're basically here when the bat comes, and then you move back and then spin and go down, right, and slide. And you see Crash turns dark. If you're here when the checkpoint gets sniped, which you cannot walk, you can't walk it. You have to slide. You have to slide, absolutely. So you have to slide as soon as you spin the bat. You've been typing in the void for 5 minutes? Twitch was glitched? Bruh. Uncommon YouTube W. Yeah, so you get here, and that's basically it. Yeah. Mind you, I have done this thousands of times. How can do the wall positioning in what way? Like this? With the swag crouch? Or... oh, you motherfucker. Okay. So, I do what Dio taught me to do the swag crouch, where you basically just switch between your index and middle fingers. So I'm switching between my index and middle fingers on B. And then once you get the swag crouch position, you hold B, and then you let go, and then you press it again. Yeah. But it's really hard to do with just your thumb. So hold your pointer finger. No, it doesn't really change anything. You just hold with your pointer finger and then switch to your middle finger. If it freezes when you die, yeah, basically like instantly. If the game freezes when you die, you just need it to pause. If you don't get the splash teleport, you either didn't, I tried to move the camera, just did not want to move, for whatever reason. Yeah, it's almost instant. You have to repeat. When you slide, you do have to hold the slide button. And then he basically gets this. Get this. The airwalk was toxic. If it takes you back to the cave, like I said, you just didn't make it to the other chunk in time. Yeah, you normalized using a setup. That was so nice.
Victor and
Yeah, I don't think I did a very good job doing, like, explaining all the stuff with the tutorials. You're doing this bullshit again. What? Fucking finally. Nice. Is there... I could do some tutorial stuff. And then I'm probably gonna end stream in the next 10 minutes or so. If anybody wants me to show, like, how to do stuff. I'll stream tomorrow too, probably earlier in the morning. What do you do, Fountain Skip? Go fuck yourself. I mean, I'm actually starting to find the quote setup list to be easier. It's not real setup list, but the fastest seems to be a lot more consistent, or a lot easier for me.
Before you rises a cathedral of diabolical genius.
Well, you have to do...
Put in the wrong hands, this iceberg
You have to get up
goodness.
the platform
Of course,
Um,
I have the key.
before to get. You have to get up to the farm differently on PS2 than on Xbox. Also, Dio,
Follow me.
I think we need to start.
Another way.
I think we need to start. Testing the Xbox emulator. Yeah, so that, I actually don't even... I actually react to that now. It had a Trojan. Then you didn't download the right thing. Yeah, just like look at that. Like, I don't even need to care anymore. I just do it. It's easy. For me. The actual emulator shouldn't have a Trojan. And you probably just downloaded it off of a very fishy website. I've never had those kinds of issues with, well, I did when I was 10. I had that specific issue with some emulators, but I didn't know what I was doing. Okay. Oh, that's cool. Okay. Well, it is time. I shall check to see if, I shall check to see if there's anybody that I want to raid. Probably not, but... Live channels. Let's see if there's anybody to raid. Nope. Okay, I guess we will raid Ser. Hang on, let me get to my thing. Oh. No. My own channel, yes. Go get him. That's weird. Okay, bye now.